What's up, everybody? This is Ken and Race, otherwise known as the Obsessed Wolf Gamer, the O.C.G. And hopefully I'm live for Spyro 3. Hey, hey, hey! I'm finally trying to get the platinum for this. I had the platinum for Spyro 1 and 2, but I don't have the platinum for Spyro 3. And my platinum trophy counter has stayed at 98 for months. I'm kind of trying to finally get everything. Okay.
Oh, hello. It's good to see you again, Spyro. That naughty sorceress has stolen the professor's rocket plans, and I'm on a secret mission to find them. Handel was supposed to meet me here, but I can't find him anywhere. Maybe you could help.
I'm actually surprised. I'm actually surprised that you, God, these fucking ninjas suck. I'm surprised you didn't know that Spyro was made by Insomniac, Alex. Oh, they keep spawning. Oh, that. You're making me depressed, man. Spyro's so good, dude. Where else can you play Purple Dragon with sunglasses, man? Oh yeah, I keep forgetting they keep respawning in this level. Okay, you destroy the spawners. Ah, shit. Spyro's awesome, man. And yeah, like Spyro now has nothing to do with Insomniac. But Insomniac created Spyro and made the first 3 games. Spyro the Dragon, Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage, and Spyro 3 Year of the Dragon. At the time, though, the reason why they stopped making Spyro was really simple. At the time, they were working with Universal Games. Before it became part of Activision and Blizzard, Universal Games was a thing, and they made Crash Bandicoot, or owned Crash Bandicoot, and Spyro. So, while Insomniac created Spyro, technically Universal Games owned the rights to Spyro and Crash. Ah, shit. So when Insomniac wanted to go and do their own thing, they wanted to work directly with Sony instead of just Universal. They didn't have access to Spyro. Oh shit. Hold on. And well, they were both they both wanted to move on anyway. They were both looking to do new things. Naughty Dog thought they had done all they could with Crash Bandicoot, and Insomniac wanted to do Ratchet and Clank. And you can actually see where they were testing out the ideas for Ratchet and Clank in this game. There's a couple of levels in this game that are retro-futuristic, and they look just like a Ratchet and Clank level. And you could tell, like, they were already testing the water for that aesthetic. You'll see it when I get there. But yeah, and then fuck me. Back in like 2018, they remade all three of the Spyro PS1 games for modern platforms, so with the reignited trilogy.
You'll have to use this cannon to get across here. Simply climb aboard. As for me, I just have to free my mind.
They're great. Spyro is amazing, man. You should definitely not sleep on Spyro and Crash. Well, the PS1 Spyro and Crash. Everybody generally agrees that all three Spyro games and all three Crash games on PS1 are amazing. But after their respective studios left, they started to get real uneven. There's some good games for Spyro and Crash. After the teams left, but they're hit and miss. You know what I mean? Like, all three Crash games, all three Spyro games were awesome. But then now it's like, it's hit and miss. They did, finally, no more enemy spawns. The Spyro game that they did, immediately after this game, sucked a dick. It's notoriously bad. It makes me sad. Because it's called Spyro Enter the Dragonfly. And they made it on an incredibly tight deadline. Like, Universal made them do it in, like, 6 months. So, it was terrible. Like, it's notoriously fucking awful. The Spyro games on PS1 have like 30 or 40 levels. I think Spyro 3 is about 40 levels. They only had the chance to do 10 levels on Spyro Enter the Dragon, and they were smaller levels. So, like, the game wound up being like a quarter of Spyro 3. It's funny, too, because Insomniac is like, we left. And the people who did Insomniac said, you know, they were hurt by what happened to Spyro. Because Because they're like, we were done with Spyro because we wanted to move on, but we still cared about Spyro. And it's like, we leave, and literally the next Spyro game after we leave is just dog shit. It was unfinished. Like, the game is literally unfinished. There's massive glitches. It operated at a terrible frame rate for PS2, like 20 frames a second. When most PS2 games had a good frame rate, like, it was terrible. It was funny. And then for Crash, they did Spyro the Wrath of Cortex. That game was a good game, but the original PS2 version, fuck me. The original PS2 version of Spyro, not Spyro, I'm sorry, Crash, Wrath of the Cortex, had some of the longest load times you'll ever see. We're talking like a minute and a half to 2 minutes, dude, to load up a level or respawn in a platforming game on PS2. And then they fixed it, but you have to get it's a specific copy of it. I forget what they did. They did a second printing of the Wrath of Cortex because obviously you couldn't patch games back on PS2. They did a second run that fixed the load times down to like 10 to 20 seconds, so much more bearable. But you have to find a specific copy.
I can see an egg behind you, but it's out of reach. You'll have to take the long way around through these Rhinox to get to it.
Okay. This level's kind of annoying. Yeah. Well, this remake, it almost feels unfair to say remaster, because I mean they remade the games from the ground up. They remade all the games in a new engine. They didn't use any of the original code. They redid the voice work. They redid the soundtrack. There's literally nothing remaining in the original game. So I'd say remakes. But yeah, oh, and they made huge gameplay improvements too, in terms of Spyro's animations, which it's hard for me to explain. You've never played Spyro, but the general gameplay of this game is the same, but they made it way better. Like, they overhauled Spyro's animations, his smoothness, his responsiveness to be better. So, like, it's hard to explain to you if you've never really played Spyro, but if you played the original Spyro and you played the remake, you can tell it just feels way smoother to play. Like, how he moves, how he jumps, how he rolls, the camera. So, yeah. I will say that's actually something that Activision did right. Because Activision are the ones that did these. They did the Spyro remake and the Crash remake. Both of those remakes are good. I normally really don't like Activision, but they did a great job with both these remakes. They did Crash in 2017, and then they did Spyro in 2018. And they did a great job with both these remakes, trilogies. It's not easy to remake 3 games at once. And they managed to keep what was good about the original games while modernizing it for a modern audience that didn't suck. Like, normally when you hear modernize it, no, they did a good job. Like, everything that you love about Spyro is here, but way prettier and with quality of life tweaks. Same for Crash. And, you haven't really played Spyro, you haven't really played Crash. I extensively played Crash Bandicoot growing up, and I extensively played Spyro on PS1. I literally had a box set called Spyro Trilogy. It was all 3 Spyro games in one jewel case. And my mom and dad ordered that for me and my sister out of a magazine. God, times have changed. Like, oh my god, this is all 3 Spyro games. They ordered it. Boom. So I'm familiar with Spyro, and they did a great job with this. Shit. Hold on. Okay, I'm ready to kill those fuckers. They did a really good job with both these remake trilogies. And like I said, remaking 3 games at once is not easy. The only thing I wish they would do is I wish they would make a next-gen update for these games that are making 60 FPS.
It looks like the sorceress has already used the plans to build her own rocket. We have to destroy it. Just follow me. Hey, look what was in the rocket. They must have been trying to put it into orbit.
Hold on a second.
If you see Handel, tell him I've gone back to Eden Lake to finish work on the professor's rocket.
Excuse me. Yeah, Ratchet. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that, man. That's me, so fucking weird. Oh, let me get these gems. I've said it before, and I guess it bears repeating. I have no idea why they haven't ported at least the first 4 Ratchet and Clank games to the PlayStation Classic service. I can understand why they haven't done like Tools of Destruction, A Crack in Time, Into the Nexus, Quest for Booty, because those are PS3 games. They can't emulate PS3. Or not, they can't, on PS5 anyway, right now. So I understand why they haven't brought those games to the classic lineups, because those would require special ports. They would need an actual full team. It would be a full fucking effort to get the PS3 games on modern platforms. You would actually be able, you need a team to convert it from PS3 to PS5. So I understand why those Ratchet and Clank games haven't come to the PlayStation service. But Ratchet and Clank 1, 2, 3, fucking Deadlocked are fucking PS2 games. Which PS2 emulation is easy, and we've already seen PS2 emulation works on PS5 flawlessly. I played a bunch of PS2 classics on PS5. They have no issues running whatsoever. And it's fucking really easy too to make it happen because literally they have a team of like 10 people that handle the porting, which that explains, by the way, why we don't get a lot of ports from PS2 because they have a small team. We'd probably get a lot more if there was a bigger team, but whatever. So basically, it's incredibly easy to port PS2 games over. The only thing is they need to test them. So basically, they have a team. They port them over to PS5, and then they just have to go through and make sure everything works. Because when you emulate and you bring it over to a new system, there's going to be kinks. Doesn't matter. You know what I mean? It's all about ironing out the kinks. But it's incredibly cheap to bring PS2 games to PS5. They literally just have to bring them over and then test them out. Make sure they work. But that's like 90% of the effort is debugging. And most of them work no problem. Because PS2 emulation is now down to a fucking science. So yeah, it cost them virtually no money. I'm not even kidding when I tell you that they could probably port a PS2 game to PS5 for a couple $1,000s. And that couple of $1,000s is mainly paying the salary to people who have to debug it. So literally, it is incredibly easy to bring a PS2 game over to PS5, and it's fucking dirt cheap, like a couple $1,000 a pop. You're basically just paying the salary of the people who have to debug it. Okay? Which it really surprises me that we don't have more PS2 ports. Because they're so cheap. And because they're so cheap, it's essentially a win-win proposition. Like, it only takes a couple grand to bring them over to PS5. And remember, this is Sony, a billion-dollar corporation. So, because it costs so little money to bring them, they only have to sell a couple of copies to make a profit. So, like, say you spend like $5,000 bringing a Sly game over to PlayStation. You only need to sell like 10,000 copies, and you're in the green. You don't hardly need to sell a shit ton. That's what I'm saying. So, fucking spiders. God, I let them go because the fucking roaches. And they help curb the roaches, man, but they really test my patience when you're like right in front of my fucking camera. So you're gonna break the truce. Hold on. So, it's a virtually you can't lose proposition. Okay? Because literally like 100 people could buy it. 200, 300, 1,000 people could buy it and they made a profit. So, it's not like they port it and it has to sell a bunch of copies to make money. A very small amount of people could buy it and it would still make them money. You understand? Like, they almost can't lose money on it. And that's assuming worst case scenario that it sold very poorly and only sold a few copies. Okay? They've actually shown that these PS2 classics do really well. Obviously, the more popular ones. Sly Cooper, for example, Sony themselves actually revealed that whenever the Sly Cooper 1 came, it was like 2 years ago, it was one of the highest downloaded games on PS Plus. Period. Now, if you know anything about PS Plus, they've got a lot of high-profile games on there. That was really impressive. For it to be in like the top 5 of that month, that's insane. So I guarantee you, with the amount of traction they got on PS Plus with Sly 1 and how little money it cost to bring it, Sly paid for itself 100 times over. Like right then and there, in that first month that Sly was on sale, they made their profit times 100. And I'd actually say probably more than times 100 because, like, literally millions of people, dude, use PS Plus. Millions. We don't know the exact numbers, but we know millions of people use PS Plus. So if Sly was in the top 5 of that month, that means millions of people played it or bought it. Because obviously, with PS Plus, it's not just how many people buy it, it's how many people are using the service. It's like streaming. You know what I mean? It's not the individual sales. So, yeah, that's what I mean. They make a crazy amount of money when it hits. And if it doesn't hit, they lost virtually no money. Say they do a PS2 Classic and it doesn't do very well on the service. Oh my God, you're at a couple grand and you're a billion-dollar company. It's like you lost a few pennies. It's almost virtually a win-win. See, I'm sorry if I'm going on a little bit of a tangent. This is just something that really pisses me off. Because they are sitting on a gold mine of money that they're not using. And for Ratchet and Clank, it's a double piss off because... Oh, okay. There are some games, PS2 games, that even though we all want them, Sony can't make happen because of rights. A lot of the most popular third-party PS2 games were by third parties. Okay, so like Silent Hill 2. Everybody wants them to bring the Silent Hill games to the PS2 Classics program, but Sony can't just do that. They have to negotiate with Konami. Maybe Konami's planning to do a remaster. So for some games, there's reasons why we haven't got them because there are rights issues. Even if Sony wanted to, they can't. They can't just make it happen. Like, that's why none of the Final Fantasy games have come to the service for PS2 because Square Enix wants to remaster them, so they won't let Sony just bring the regular versions over. But they fucking own Ratchet and Clank! That's what I'm saying! They fucking own Ratchet and Clank! There's no rights issues. There's no, like, fucking third-party things. They wholly own Ratchet and Clank! And you know that if they brought the first 4 fucking Ratchet games to PS Plus, they would sell like crazy. Make them $10 a pop. Make it $10 a pop. And you're gonna make crazy bank. I guarantee you. And Ratchet's a series that's still going. Ratchet, unlike Sly Cooper, unlike Jack and Daxter, we're still getting new Ratchet games. Just well, God, it's now I feel bad. It's been 5 years. We got a Ratchet game in 2021, and according to the leak, they are still working on a new Ratchet game. It's just taking them longer because they're not just working on Ratchet anymore. They're doing Spider-Man and Wolverine. So we do know that they're working on a new Ratchet game. That's already been leaked and confirmed. They're well into development on a new Ratchet game. They just now have to balance that with Wolverine, Spider-Man. So that's why it's taken 5 years to get a new Ratchet game, because they're having to do Spider-Man 2, Wolverine. But there is a new Ratchet game coming. We don't know when. I would say probably next year would probably be good, because there's not a Spider-Man game on the docket for next year that I know of. And uh, fuck. There's not a Spider-Man game on the docket for 2027 that I know of. If it was only a year away, we probably would have heard about it now. Like they announced Spider-Man 2 in like 2021. I'm gonna say Spider-Man 3 is probably gonna be 2028. There's been about 5 years between the main Spider-Man games. Spider-Man 1 was 2018. Spider-Man 2 is 2023. It'll probably be a late lifecycle PS5 game. I can even see it being cross-gen for PS6, like, the drum up sales. So I say we're probably going to get Spider-Man 3 in 2028. I could be wrong, but we'll see. That would follow the release time, and it would coincide, cross-gen. So I'd say we're probably due for a new Ratchet and Clank game next year. That's just conjecture, but I think the odds are pretty likely because the leak revealed that the leak was like 2024, I think. And the Ratchet and Clank game that was in development had been in development for a few years at that point. So they have to balance between Wolverine and Spider-Man, but it's not going to take that long to make a Ratchet and Clank game, and it's already been in development for a few years. So hopefully we'll get one next year. But yeah, they're still working on a new Ratchet and Clank game. So what I'm saying is, with Sly Cooper, with Jack and Daxter, we love them, but they're dead series. Ratchet and Clank's still going, still getting new games. So I'm sure there's a bunch of people. There's a bunch of people that probably were introduced to Ratchet and Clank with Rift Apart that would now like to see the start of the series. You know what I mean? And if I'm not mistaken, in Sony's own words, Rift Apart did really well. I don't know the exact numbers. Let me Google it. But Sony themselves said that Rift Apart did very well. Hold on. Had some in my throat. It was a little bit stifled. The sales of Rift Apart were stifled because Rift Apart came out in the first 6 months of PS5. And I think it was literally June of 2021, so it wasn't even in the first year Rift Apart came out. And at the time, people were having a really hard time getting a PS5. When Rift Apart came out, it was still very expensive to get a PS5 because they had the chip shortage. Which, honestly, if you look at the chip shortage, the pandemic, and the fucking RAM shortage, this generation of consoles has just gotten fucked over the barrels, man, by manufacturers. It's actually sad. But Sony said that Rift Apart did really well, even though it came out in the first 6 months and hardly anybody could afford to get a PS5. They didn't have enough PS5s to go around. So, Rift Apart did super well, even when it was hard to get a PS5. Rift Apart did well. So I think if they did a Rift Apart, a sequel now, it would do a lot better. I mean, seriously, Rift Apart sold very well when it was hard to get a PS5. Now it's easy to get a PS5, and there's like 95 million PS5s in the wild. I think they're just shy of 100 million PS5s sold now. And odds are now they're going to break the 100 million mark, which is cool. Sony's, yeah, it's a great game. I played through most of it. I didn't get the platinum. That reminds me, I need to go back and do that. Actually, that reminds me, I need to go back and play the classic games. I have them on PS3. Add that to the list. Because I technically own all the Ratchet and Clank games. And I would like to stream all of them. I keep playing the first Ratchet and Clank game, streaming it, and then getting stuck on it. Just because the first Ratchet and Clank game is kind of rough. I don't know if you've beaten Ratchet and Clank 1, Alex. But, yeah. But Ratchet and Clank isn't an easy game at all. But in the second half of the original Ratchet and Clank, the difficulty really gets jacked up. It's fucking brutally difficult in a way that's not even really fun. Even Insomniac said that they made Even Insomniac said that they made Ratchet and Clank 1 too hard. Ratchet and Clank 2 and 3 were easier. I wouldn't say Ratchet and Clank 2 is an easy game, but it's much easier than Ratchet 1 because Ratchet 1 was too hard. But, like, so there's a huge difficulty spike at the second half of the first game, and then the final boss fight of Ratchet and Clank 1 is one of the most bullshit boss fights in any game I've ever played, Alex. Hold on a second. I gotta push my chair and get my drink. Like, the final boss fight of the first Ratchet and Clank game is fucking bullshit. I mean, like, cheap, unfair. You are technically not supposed to get the Rhino until New Game Plus in Ratchet and Clank 1, but it is almost required for you to have the fucking Rhino for that fight. It is so difficult. So they basically tell you, if you're going to play Ratchet and Clank 1, that you need to do the exploit I was telling you about, to get the bolts to get the Rhino early, because you basically need the Rhino to finish that fight. I'm talking like, you can literally hit this motherfucker with every item in your inventory, and he still has half health. Like, I'm not... Oh, man. I'm not doing it justice. I'm honestly not doing it justice, dude. The final boss fight in the first Ratchet and Clank game is literally one of the most bullshit fights in any game I've ever played ever. It's notoriously bad. So, I keep trying to stream the Ratchet and Clank games. And then I keep butting my head against Ratchet and Clank 1 because I get to where it gets bullshit. I'm like, oh, I don't want to do this. But I don't want to skip games either. So, oh, man. Yeah. So I keep telling myself that I'm going to do all the Ratchet and Clank games because I own all the Ratchet and Clank games on PS3 and I can stream PS3. So I keep saying, yeah, fuck yeah, I'm going to do the whole Ratchet and Clank series, man. Yeah, do the whole series. And then I keep stopping, and it's such a shame too because like literally, if I could just beat Ratchet and Clank 1, man, I would get to Going Commando. Going Commando is probably one of my favorite Ratchet and Clank games. Like, hold on a second. The sheer jumping quality, man, between Ratchet and Clank 1 and 2 is fucking crazy. Like, Going Commando is so much better than the first Ratchet and Clank game. Yeah, it starts, I mean, right away with you fucking beating this battalion, dude. Like, you're dropping down on a fucking convoy. Jumping between ships, taking them out. Like, that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, I'm not sure if it's my favorite, but Going Commando is one of my favorite. Like, there's just the leap in quality, man, from Ratchet and Clank 1 to 2 is just ridiculous. Okay, hold on. I gotta do my OCD thing real quick. I never know what I'm about to say next. Retroactive to the start of the prayer. Is this. God never better to me, God never only, God never my person, everything else, God never Jesus, please listen to my words, and intends not my thoughts and for favors right now. One, please forgive me for doing sins and deals with the strength, please, and do sins and deals, makes it bring any person consumed, and MNT, please, and do forever, and so is the rest of the world, for you, and indicate, please, sorry about that. I gotta have some caffeine or I'm gonna start shaking. But yeah, Going Commando just fucking rules, dude. Like, I legitimately have problems listing parts of the Going Commando that I don't like. Going Commando is almost perfect, in my opinion. The story is really fucking good and has unexpected twists and turns. You meet another Lombax. Uh, the weapons are all fucking awesome, and that was when they introduced the signature weapons transforming. That became like the hallmark of the series. Ratchet gets armor. Ratchet and Clank 2 is the first one to introduce those little mini planets, which I honestly think that those planets helped inspire Mario Galaxy. But those little mini planetoids is super fucking cool. And the fact that when you do the map, it zooms out and shows you the whole planet, it's just awesome. Uh, the enemies are awesome. Thugs for Less are fucking hilarious. Uh, the ship shit is cool. Like they actually do like missions with the ship where you can upgrade your ship. Those are cool. They didn't really use the ship very much in the first game, so they actually have like ship missions and stuff. Uh it's almost a perfect sequel. It really is. Like literally, I'm trying to think of like parts that I don't like about Going Commando. It's very difficult. The giant Clank fights, dude. They have the giant robot Clank segments. Those are fucking awesome. You're like Godzilla for fucking Clank. Uh and I think that Going Commando has the best balance of platformer and action. Up Your Arsenal, I thought was a great game. For most people, that's their favorite Ratchet and Clank game is Up Your Arsenal. But I thought there was too much fighting in Up Your Arsenal. That it started to skew more heavily towards the shooting. And then in Deadlock, it's just shooting. I think for Going Commando, they had the perfect fight to jump ratio. Yeah. Okay. I can't 100% complete this level until I get that cocksucker right there. So, I'll have to come back. I still like Up Your Arsenal, by the way. I just think that Up Your Arsenal started to move too far in the shooting.
Hello. I thought you might be hungry.
Thanks. Did you bring any chips?
I'm sorry this happened, but I tried to warn you.
I had to help Spyro rescue the eggs.
You just don't understand. If we don't bring dragons back to this world soon, all our magic will be lost.
The dragons used to live here?
Yes, this was their original home. But a long, long time ago, the sorceress banished them to the other side of the world. She didn't realize the dragons were the source of all our magic.
Maybe I could convince the dragons to come back, if you let me go.
I'm sorry. I can't.
Kraken Time is really good. I do like Kraken Time. I think Kraken Time actually has my favorite story in the series. And I really like the Constructo weapons in Kraken Time. I have no idea. I have no clue. Why they never brought the Constructo weapons back after Kraken Time. That makes no fucking sense to me. They were so cool, man. Okay, I haven't done this level. Charm Bridge.
Spyro, we urgently need your help. The evil cat wizards of Velinia have stormed our castle and captured our princess. If we don't stop them right away, they'll force her to marry Prince Azrael.
Oh, you bastard. Yeah, no, it was super cool, dude. And you can even tweak the look of the weapon. Like the colors of the projectiles. I mean, it didn't do anything, but like you can change the color of the weapon. Like it was so fucking cool. See, I also really wish you could play Into the Nexus, Alex. Actually, that's one of the games you should get for PS3. They did two shorter Ratchet and Clank games. They did A Quest for Booty, which was a shorter Ratchet and Clank game that was just meant to tide people over because there's a large gap between Tools of Destruction and A Crack in Time. And then they did Into the Nexus, which was the last Ratchet and Clank PS3 game, and the end of the Future Saga. And Into the Nexus is like half of a Ratchet and Clank game. It's literally about half the size of A Crack in Time, but they sold it for half the price. And it's the epilogue to the Future Saga. They basically, Tools of Destruction, A Quest for Booty, A Crack in Time, they're all considered to be part of the Future Saga. Into the Nexus is the last game in the Future Saga, and it's considered the epilogue that wraps up all the loose ends. So they deal with the fallout of A Crack in Time. And Into the Nexus, man, is so fucking good. The only thing that stops Into the Nexus from being one of my favorite Ratchet and Clank games is, like, it's half the size. But, like, what's there is phenomenal. And once again, nobody could really fault them because they sold it for half price. So you weren't being charged exorbitant amount for, like, oh, this half a game. It was $30. And honestly, dude, I think your best bet is to get it digitally because I'm looking at it right now. And if you wanted to get a physical copy of Into the Nexus, $30, $60, $50. But right now, until the PS3 store closes, you can get Into the Nexus with A Quest for Booty together for $10. Like if you bought it digitally, it came with A Quest for Booty, and it's permanently $10.
Hurry, Spyro! If we don't get to the castle right away, the princess will be forced to marry that loser Prince Azrael.
So if you were to get a physical copy, it wouldn't come for Quest for Booty, most likely, because if you bought a physical copy of Into the Nexus, you got a code for Quest for Booty. I guarantee all those codes are redeemed by now. So you would just be saving a lot more money, and you'd be getting an extra game if you got it digitally. Oh, oh shit. Ah, fuck, my bad. And you might as well take advantage of it being so cheap on the PS Store before they shut it down.
Spyro, we urgently need you.
Well, let me take a drink. Goddamn it, give me do the noodle. Goddamn it, give me do the do. Man, I was Steve Bean Horror. Goddamn it, give me do the noodle. 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 Goddamn it, give me do the. Come on, Kieran, get your shit together, man. My OC, I don't know why my OC's been such a bitch lately. Goddamn, please give me do some deals and do them. Goddamn, please give me do them. Goddamn, please give me do them. Yeah, and like I said, Into the Nexus, like the quests for booty are kind of short. But both of them together for $10, you can't beat that, you know what I mean? You can't really complain about it being short when it's $10, so it works out. What an asshole. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. They're both like half of the game. Which I think is why they sold them together. Shit.
Spyro, we urgently need you.
I'm a little bit rusty for Spyro. See, I wanted to start Spyro 3 over. I wanted to start Spyro 3 over because it had been so long since I played it. I didn't want to start it over midway through. I'm about halfway through the game right now. Because it had been months and months and months since I played it. So I'm like, oh, Spyro's a short game. I'll start it over. But it turns out that one of the flaws in this collection is you can't individually start over a single game. So you can make multiple save files in the Reignited trilogy. And you can start over anytime you want, but it's all or nothing.
Hurry, Spyro. If we...
So one of the things I wanted is when you go to start the game, it shows you your combined percentage for all three games. So like when you start the game and you choose a save slot, it shows you all three games. And I wanted it to show all three games 100%. Well, they have different percentages. Spyro 1 is like 120%, Spyro 2 is 100%, and then Spyro 3 is 106%. It's weird that they all have different completion percentages. Either way, but I wanted to be able to show I had all three 100% on the one file. And so the only way to do that, to start over Spyro 3 by itself, would be to delete the file and start over. And then I'm getting rid of the progress for Spyro 1 and 2 that are maxed out. Or I could have started a separate save slot just for Spyro 3 because I had 2 unused save slots. But then if I do that, I have Spyro 1 and 2 0% and then Spyro 3 maxed out. I want to have all three of them maxed out on one file to show like literally pop 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 pop. You know what I mean? So I decided, fuck it. I'll just continue where I left off. But yeah, the Crash the Crash Bandicoot trilogy, or I'm sorry, the Insane trilogy is what they call it, and then the Spyro Reignited trilogy are both fucking awesome remakes. They both totally remake all three games in a new engine. They both add quality of life features. They're all really good. And they're one of the few things that Activision did right, because by the time both these collections came out, Activision was widely hated. It was like 2017, 2018, so people hated Activision by then. But I had to give them props for both these trilogies. They did a great job with both of them. They managed to update the games to modern times while keeping what made them good. Like, you haven't really played Spyro, so you can't really tell, but I played it. They did a great job of making sure to keep the essence of the games. Sometimes they'll do a remake and they'll lose what made the original game special. Like, it'll just feel too different. Like, this doesn't feel like this anymore. You know what I mean? This doesn't feel like the original. They did a great job with these remakes of staying true to Spyro, but updating it, which is what you want for a remake. And it still feels like classic Spyro. And it would be really easy to lose that magic in the translation, and they didn't. And they even went the extra effort. I don't know if you knew this, but the guy who played Spyro in the classic games, and the guy who has played Spyro the most, is Tom Kenny, the guy who voices SpongeBob. Spyro is literally voiced by fucking SpongeBob. And the guy who did the soundtrack for the classic Spyro games is Stuart Copeland. He is one of the lead people in The Police. I don't know if you've heard the band, but I'm sure you've heard of the band, The Police. They're a really famous band. And Stuart Copeland was a big gamer. So as a passion project in the 90s, he did the soundtracks for the first 3 Spyro games. And he didn't even charge them that much. They couldn't have afforded him. So he basically did it as like a labor of love, because he loves video games. And The Police is like a really big band. I'm sure you heard the song, "Every move you make, I'll be watching you. Every breath you take." That's The Police. So, to have like one of the main guys behind The Police do the soundtrack for Spyro in the 90s was a big deal. Because they were arguably at the height of their popularity in the 80s and the 90s. And it didn't happen for games. It didn't happen for video games. To have a big, like, music, music, I mean, now it does. Now you have, like, Taylor Swift and all these people doing music for games. Fortnite. You didn't have it in the 90s, where they had big, like, actual professional musical artists doing soundtracks for PS1 games. So it was a big deal, and people were afraid that, like, if they tried to redo the soundtrack, because the soundtrack now is in really low quality, that they would lose that. But they actually got Tom Kenny back to redo his voice work, and then they got Stuart Copeland back to redo the entire soundtrack for all 3 games. And, like, they went above and beyond. They could have hired a new guy to do Spyro. They could have hired a new musician and told him to try and copy The Police style, the style of the original guy. But they actually went above and beyond to re-get the original people to make sure that Spyro still sounds like Spyro, and the soundtrack, the new soundtrack, sounds fucking good. And they didn't have to do that. So that's what I'm saying. They went above and beyond for these remakes. That they didn't have to. And I don't really like Activision, but they nailed it with these remakes. Crash Bandicoot, the same. They put in the same amount of effort for both of them. They went above and beyond for Crash, too. But that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying. So, or like they kept the cheat codes. You see how Spyro's wearing sunglasses? That's a cheat code. You can actually use the original cheat codes. And what's amazing is, not only did they keep the cheat codes that don't give you things don't fuck up you getting trophies. So they have a bunch of cheat codes that just did Luke Goose. Like, you can make Spyro different colors. You can make him red, blue, black, another color, white, I think. And then you can give him sunglasses. those cheat codes don't disable trophies. And they even stay toggled till you turn them off. In the original game, you had to turn off the sunglasses every time. You had to, if you wanted the sunglasses, you had to re-put the cheat code in every time you play the game. Now it's on until you turn it off. So my Spyro perpetually runs around in fucking shades. And that's really cool that they brought back the original cheat codes. They kept them, and they don't disable trophies. Obviously, the ones that give you like cosmetic stuff. I think there's some that give you percentage. Obviously, those do, but that's you cheating to get completion. But yeah, so I know that you're an edgelord, Alex, so you can walk around with a Spyro with black shades. Edgelord Spyro. But that's what I'm saying. They went above and beyond with these remakes. Ah, what an asshole. Okay, you have to get fireworks.
Well, Spyro, today is your lucky day. The wizards and I have worked out a little deal. If you simply pay a small toll, they'll be happy to raise these steps and let you pass.
Dude, I love this. That guy's moneybags, and he's literally greedy. In Spyro 2 and Spyro 3, he comes out and frequently charges you. And he's just hilarious because he's British and he's constantly trying to dick you for your gems. But what's hilarious is they make a running joke that every character in the games hates this fucker. Like, the other characters talk about Moneybags and are like, oh, Moneybags, he's such a dick. Like, nobody likes Moneybags. After you beat this game, he's, like, constantly taking gems from you to activate shit. As you beat this game, they finally turn on Moneybags, and you actually get to chase him around the map, tackle him, and take back all the gems he's taken from you to get 100% completion. And that's one of the best parts of this game. After 2 games, because he's in Spyro 2, of him dicking you for money, you basically get to beat the shit out of him and take all the money he took from you back, man. And it's beautiful.
You have chosen wisely, Spyro. I'll tell the wizards to raise the steps immediately. Oh, and best of luck rescuing that princess, or whatever it is you're up to.
Oh shit, I died. And it's hilarious too, because you're repeatedly tackling him, and you just see gems flying out of him as you tackle him. And you're chasing his ass around, man. Like he's like a fucking piñata. Nah, damn it. Oh, wow, they killed each other. Okay. It's cool, I got the gem for it, too.
There's no time to lose. Prince Azrael and his cat armies are about to steal our poor princess.
I am doing the very best that I can, I assure you. Is that gonna hurt me if I jump into that? Yep. Okay, I didn't know, so you can swim in some levels. And I have mixed feelings about the new Spyro. They just announced a new Spyro. the new Spyro looks really cool, and it's made by the same team that did the remakes. So it's like it's a team that we know and trust. But you fly. You in the new Spyro game, you literally freely fly around the map. And like, I mean, on the one hand, I get it, he's a dragon, but these are platformers. Spyro's platformers. How are you going to translate a platformer to just freely flying around the map? So I'm not sure how that's going to work as a game. Like, how are you going to transfer Spyro to just freely flying around? I'm excited for it. I'm excited we're getting a new Spyro. I'm excited that it's made by the team that did these remakes, because they clearly know what they're doing. But I'm just like, how is that going to work to have like a freely flying Spyro?
I just saw Prince Asriel run into the castle. We have to stop him before he reaches the princess.
I have to see the gameplay. You know what I mean? They didn't really show much gameplay. They just announced it a few months ago at Gamescom. Not Gamescom, Xbox Showcase, I'm sorry. Because now, technically, Microsoft owns the rights to Spyro and Crash Bandicoot now. They own the rights to Spyro and Crash because they bought Activision. Activision owned them. But it's coming to all platforms. Spyro won't just be Xbox only, which is cool. But they didn't show much. They showed it like 10 seconds of him flying around. That's not enough to go on. Like, before I decide, that's what I'm saying. We don't know. That's basically my point. Is they announced the game, they showed the new Spyro, the new design for Spyro. They have a new look for Spyro. It looks really good. Then they showed him flying around for 10 seconds. We didn't have much to go on, so I'm gonna have to, I guess, wait to see actual gameplay. But the fact that it's the same team that made this gives me confidence. And that's also, I will say, that's one thing Microsoft did that I'm really grateful for, is Microsoft saved Toys for Bob. The team that made this remake, and they've done a bunch of other platformers that were really good, they're called Toys for Bob. And Activision misused them. They did the Spyro trilogy, and it got rave reviews, and it sold really well. I don't know the exact numbers, but it sold really well. But then Activision, in their infinite wisdom, decided that Toys for Bob should be a Call of Duty support team. So, you may be wondering why these remakes came out in 2018 and it's taken almost 8 years for us to get a new Spyro game. That's why. Activision, Toys for Bob was going to do a new Spyro game right away. Right after Spyro came out, they wanted to work on a new Spyro game, because the plan was do the old Spyros, remake the old Spyros, then immediately do a new Spyro. So we reintroduce people to the classic Spyro, then we do a new Spyro. And that's what they did for Crash Bandicoot. They did the remake of Crash 1, 2, and 3, then they did Crash 4. Which, by the way, Crash 4 is fucking awesome. You'll probably see me play it one of these days. It's hard as fuck, but it's a great game. Like, Crash 4 will make you fun to break your fucking controller because it's hard, but all the old all the old Crashes were hard as fuck too. Crash 4 was amazing. So the goal was to do the same thing. Like, they did the classic Crash, then they did a new Crash. They did the classic Spyro, but then they got taken to be a Call of Duty support team for Warzone. And even Toys for Bob said they were really not happy about it. They're like, we're known for making platformers. That's what we're known for. That's what all the games we made, and now you're making us do Call of Duty. Like, they didn't want to do it. So, when Microsoft purchased Activision, they could have shut down Toys for Bob, because it was a smaller studio. Obviously, in the grand scheme of Activision, it's nothing. But Microsoft not only let Toys for Bob go independent because they didn't want to be owned by a major corporation, they were really treated poorly by Activision. So, like, Toys for Bob started out indie, then they were purchased by Activision, and they didn't like it, so they didn't want to work for another corporation, you know, going from Activision to Microsoft. So, instead of closing down the studio, Microsoft let them go independent, and then let them make Spyro anyway. Because, once again, they were no longer a Microsoft team. So they didn't own the rights to Spyro. Microsoft could have said, fuck you. But Microsoft said, not only can you go independent, but we'll let you make a new Spyro game as well. Because that's what the whole plan was originally. And then they got detoured for fucking Call of Duty. It's just, you know, we have to publish it. So, honestly, it worked out the best way that it possibly could have. Yeah, exactly. Like, people thought they were probably going to shut down Toys for Bob. Because it was a smaller studio, and they hadn't made any games in years. The last game they made was Spyro. Because they were Call of Duty support team. So, like, while they were working on Call of Duty, they weren't making any games. And they didn't, and they let them go indie and make Spyro anyway. So we're getting a new Spyro game. And it's, hold on, spring of 2027. So, no exact release date, but early next year. So I'll be excited to see how that looks. We didn't really see much. Because I was like cautiously optimistic when they went into indie. Hold on a second. Because I'm like, well, it's good that they'll finally be able to make games they want to make now instead of being a Call of Duty slave studio. But I'm also like, who's going to make Spyro now? I'm like, what does that just mean? We're not going to get any more fucking Spyro games? So the fact that they were able to go indie and keep working on Spyro is just the best possible outcome for everybody involved. Although, honestly, I liked them enough that if they had made their own indie platformer, I would have played it. I usually have my window open, but it's a bit chilly tonight, so I was getting hit with a cold breeze. It was like hitting me right there. Ugh. Yeah, I did. It's cool. Even though it's only 4 games to start with. I'm excited that they're making it. I was actually going to tag you in that, believe it or not, and I fell asleep. Yeah. Really good one, too. That's Conker's Live and Reloaded. That was the Xbox Conker. That was they remade the Conker 64 on Xbox, and it's really good. So yeah, if you get a chance, you should play that. It's hilarious. And it's exactly like the 64 game, but better in every way. Because, the original Conker had shooting segments, but you had to try and aim. You had to try and aim with the fucking 64 controller. And I'm sure you know this, but the 64 controller wasn't exactly made for shooters. So it's kind of clunky when they would make you like fire a gun because you're like aiming with the camera buttons. So when they brought it to Xbox, they gave it the proper dual stick standard thing that's now been for every shooter ever since. So like, and then obviously it looks way better because it's Xbox.
Spyro. Isn't Prince Azrael just the dreamiest? The other fairies and wizards won't let us get married, so we're going to elope. By the way, Azrael says you can have this egg if you don't tell anyone where we went.
I'm sorry, did he just... God, ladies love a dude on a motorcycle. So he's a cat wizard on a motorcycle. Okay. It's kind of funny too. Ah, shit, yeah. That fairy's for the streets! I do think it's kind of funny, though, that the whole time they were worried. The whole time they were fucking worried about her eloping, like, the prince is gonna force her to marry him. Nobody's forcing anybody. Shows how much you know your friend. Here we go. Okay, I've got to jump on. Okay, gotcha. Oh, wow. How fucking lame is that? Oh, well. Actually, I keep telling them what they should do is they should do a PS5 update. This Spyro collection is really good, but it's only 30 FPS, which was fine when it came out because it came out on PS4 and Xbox One. Obviously, you're not going to get 60 FPS on most PS4 games. So for the time, 30 FPS was good, but I really wish they would do, and I mean, the original Spyro was 30 as well, you know what I mean? So it was the same frame rate as the original game, just way prettier. But I really wish they would do a next-gen update for this. They gave it 60 on console. On PC, you can obviously do 60, but, you know, most people are not going to play it on PC. And I'd really like to be able to play the classic Spyro games. Right? That's what I'm saying. Imagine how good this game would be at 60 FPS, man. This game would be amazing in 60 FPS. And it already feels really smooth as is. Plus, I think it's 1080p. So they can up the res to like 1440p 60 would be perfect. Fuck you. Are you... Oh, God. Oh, I got a game over. Wow. Oh well, no biggie. Thankfully, you don't really lose any progress. Also, they get upgrade the loading times. The load times are a little bit long to enter a level or exit a level or restart. Like you see how every time you go into a level, you have to watch that thing of Spyro flying around. Which obviously made sense because they, on PS4 and Xbox One, they had hard drives. But if they made an update, if they made a next-gen version, they could basically eliminate the load times with the SSD, make it instantly to respawn or enter and exit a level. And that would cut down on a huge amount of time just loading. Like I said, a next-gen version of Spyro would be fucking sick. Some of these jumps are really tricky. See, you have to watch that animation every time you die. Like if I said they could just eliminate those loading screens if they did a next-gen version. And it would be a great way to drum up publicity for the new Spyro. We can hope. They actually did do a PS5 version of Crash 4. But that's because Crash 4 came out during the launch of PS5, so it was right there to be a next-gen version made. Because you have to fly over there and get him. And in order to get him, you have to do a hop. At the end of your glide, you can get a little bit of a boost, but you have just enough reach to make it over there, and he's throwing a fireball at you over a moat that's surrounded. So that's actually one of the more tricky jumps in the game. Shit. Yeah, you do, dude. And also, the Crash Bandicoot series just gets better and better, man. Like, that's a trilogy where each of the games gets progressively better as you play them. Crash 1, pretty good. One of the first 3D platformers ever. They were kind of figuring it out, so it's kind of rough around the edges. Crash 2, a lot better than Crash 1. Crash 3, fucking amazing. It's called Crash Bandicoot 3. Warped! And that's not me doing that. They actually say that when you start the game. Crash Bandicoot 3. Warped! But Crash Bandicoot 3, in my opinion, is actually one of the greatest platformers ever made ever. And I played the fucking shit out of Crash 3 back in the day on PS1. On the actual, when I had a PS1. That's probably one of the games I played the most. So, Crash is a game series that just gets better the further you go. Well, in the trilogy, obviously, after Naughty Dog left to do Jak and Daxter, there was kind of a dip in quality. But the first 3 Naughty Dog Crash games are each better than the last. So, it's just like, it's like the perfect trilogy. And they're pretty hard. I'm not gonna lie to you, all 3 of the Crash games are pretty hard. But with save states and shit, if you'll probably blitz it. God, no. I normally don't struggle. Wow, and then I just immediately die again. Fuck my life. Oh well, shit happens. What are you gonna do? And then after that, you can play Crash 4. There actually is some good Crash games that were not made by Naughty Dog. You just gotta pick the right ones. They did a game called Crash Twinsanity. That was really good. That was made by Traveler's Tales, the guys who do Lego games back before they did Lego games. That game's really good. Cortex and Crash are chained together, so you play both of them at once. It's actually really fun. Oh no, fuck! Yeah, I know, game over. Eat a dick, game. How about that? How about you eat my dick? Whatever. Traveler's Tales also did a Spyro game that's really good. I think it's one of the only good Spyro games that wasn't made by Insomniac, called Spyro Hero's Tale. Because, like I told you earlier, the Spyro game right after Insomniac left, Enter the Dragonfly, was notoriously awful. But then they came back and they redeemed it with Hero's Tale. And in that game, that, like I said, that was made by Traveler's Tales, good studio. That game has much bigger levels. Like so. Spyro. Okay, so there's two schools of 3D platformers. On the one hand, you have the linear obstacle courses, like Crash, where it's just get to the end, the classic Mario 3D Land, where it's just get to the end of the course. And then you have the 3D collectathons, where it's more wide open areas to explore, like Mario 64, Mario Sunshine, Mario Odyssey. Spyro is, if you've been paying attention, Spyro is kind of the midway point between those. You start the level, and you have to get to the end of the level to finish it. But there's pockets and side areas for you to go around. So the Spyro games, the classic Spyro games, are kind of like this midway point between the linear obstacle courses and the open levels. Spyro's right in the middle. And you still have to start here and end here to finish level, but there's all kinds of areas to the side that you can explore for 100% completion. Spyro Hero's Tale was unique in that it had much bigger levels that were like something you'd see in like Banjo-Kazooie or Mario 64. No, fuck. I don't know why I'm sucking so much, man. It's my bad. I guess I'm just rusty. I haven't played Spyro in a while. So in Hero's Tale, they have much bigger levels that you can freely explore. It's almost like the Mario Odyssey of Spyro games. And you get elemental breath. Spyro has breath of all four elements, so he gets thunder breath, water breath, ice breath. It's pretty cool that you can swap between to solve puzzles. And it's actually really good, and I played it as a kid. It was on PS2, and it's good. I actually still have a copy of it for the original Xbox. It was on all three systems, GameCube, Xbox. Back in the day, I played it on GameCube, but obviously, GameCube is now cost you an arm and a leg, so you can emulate it really easily. What? Oh, that's so fucking lame. God, I'm dying so much, man. It's crazy. I'm normally much better at Spyro. Fuck me. I just think I'm rusty. I think this level's a little bit tricky. They normally don't do infinite death pits in Spyro, or instant death pits. Normally, you know, you fall down, you lose progress, you don't die. So... Oh, okay, finally, got that cocksucker. Alright. Yep. Oh no, you know! Oh no! Fuck! Oh! Okay. Now I'm pissed off. God. And they even redid the controls to be better too. But you can play the original controls if you want to. Like, they put, on the reignited controls, they put fire breathing on the right stick so you can, don't have to take your hand off the, camera stick or the jump button to fire. Before it was circle, so it made it hard to jump and, use fire at the same time. Now, like, having the fire breath be on the right trigger, I think is really good. Just feels right. Okay, they're killing each other. Oh. And as you can see, the soundtrack in Spyro is really good. Breath power up. Oh, that's how I get that fucker. Boom. Okay. Fuck you. And see, you can actually use sparks to show you where gems are. That's something I really like in this game. When you get down to the last, in a collectathon like this, it can be hard to find the last couple collectibles. You're like, it always sucks because you're like, I'm 5 gems away from 100%. Or like Jack and Daxter Precursor Orbs. But with Spyro, or Sparks, his Dragonfly, you click the left stick, and he points you towards the closest one. Right? And I'm like, why do not more platformers don't do this? Why are more platformers not fucking doing this? And see, that's actually something that they did in the remake. In the original game, Sparks didn't do that. They started that in Spyro 2 and 3 with Sparks. So they actually, in the remake, they went back and added that feature to Spyro 1. So that's one of the quality of life improvements the remake did. They added Sparks, showing you the gems in 2 and 3, and they went back and re-added that to 1, because it wasn't in 1 originally. That's what I mean. They did a really good job with these remakes. And then they added the map to the corner. Before, you could see the map if you opened the game and hit the map button. And it was only certain maps. Now you can see the map and where you are in the left corner. So that's a great quality of life feature, being able to see the map where you are. Because before, you'd only see like a couple of the maps, and you'd have to pause the game, go into the map, and you couldn't see where you were on the map. Now you can actually just see the map and where you are on the map at all times. That's what I mean. They have a lot of quality of life improvements in these remakes. They really did a good job with them. Oh shit, wrong way, my bad. Okay, grab those. Okay, that's how you get up there. Oh! Shit. Okay, wow. That was surprisingly drawn out. Fuck. And there's skill points just like in Ratchet and Clank. Okay. Alright, now I gotta knock out that fucking pod. The question mark pod, dude. Every time you die, it resets, so it's been... I've been fucking having to redo it so many times. Enough. Come on. I think this is the last one. Where the fuck are you? Ah! Trick shot. Honestly, I kind of hate those things anyway. The fucking jars with the question mark. It only happens a few times, but it's basically just like a fetch quest. It's like, do I really fucking have to? Seriously? How many fucking times? Finally! All that for a couple of gems, man. Give me a fucking break. Okay, now I can do the side stuff in this region.
According to legends, there's a golden goose at the top of this here mountain. I want to be the first person to the top so I can grab it. I just bought some Insta-Sprout Ultra Super Grow seeds from a bear with a bag of gems. He said they were magic, but I can't make them do anything. You can have a couple if you like.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. Oh, there's another seed here I couldn't see.
I found this egg on the way up here. I think it was laid by a golden goose. We'll have to keep going. We're almost to the top. You've been doing great so far. Why don't you take 2 more seeds?
Oh no, okay. Shit. That. Really? There we go. Now I have 3 seeds. Maybe I'm approaching this wrong. Yeah, okay. Hold on. No. Hold on. Yeah, and then the problem is, once I do that, I don't get enough height. Is there like another seed that I'm missing, or? Hold on. Or maybe, okay, hold on. Yeah, I think let me swap some. Okay, yeah, I think that's what I have to do. Yeah, baby!
At last, I found the legendary golden goose. You can have another one of its eggs as a souvenir.
Chuck the dragon. Okay, now there's one more thing I have to do. There's an area where I have to play as the penguin. Sergeant Bird. B-A-Y-R-D.
Good day, Spyro. I'd like to stay and chat, but I'm late for an engagement with a fairy friend of mine. Just a friend, you understand. Strictly platonic relationship. Certainly not a violation of military protocol whatsoever. What are you giving me that look for?
Where have you been, James? We were supposed to meet in the temple an hour ago. And don't give me that old matters of national security line again. I guess it doesn't matter, though. The whole temple is full of nasty cat witches anyway. We'll just have to call off our date. That is, unless you want to battle the witches.
He's not about to miss that date with the fairy.
So, I see those rocket launchers aren't just for show after all. Well, I just hope your accuracy is better than your punctuality, because there are still a lot more witches in the temple. I must admit, James, I am impressed. There are still a few witches left, though, and this time they mean business. They even turn the floor into deadly blue ooze. Oh, do be careful, okay?
Fucking witches, man.
You did it, James! Oh, I knew you weren't the leader of the hummingbird resistance movement for nothing. Now we have the temple all to ourselves. But first, I have a present for you.
Okay, I just need to find some more gems. Ah, that's my bad. Oh, there's still some gems I had left here, huh? Okay. Oh, yeah, that cage. Fuck. I forgot about that. Oh, I'm dumb. Saw that cage. Oh, it's unblocked now. Okay, I feel stupid. I guess it must have unlocked when I finished the thing. There we go. Boom, 100% level complete. They also added a handy feature where you can warp to any level you completed from any other level. So before, you know, like you could keep track of how much you had in each world, but that was just keep track. Now you can like directly warp to whatever level you want to do. It's a handy feature. Hold on. I can't do the fireworks factory level to 100% because I haven't unlocked the other character, but let me check the other levels. I think I've done everything I can do in this world except for the main thing, but I'm not sure. Hold on. I forget how many levels are in here, so I'm checking. Evening Lake Home. Okay, I've done Evening Lake. Boss Fleet. Yes. Charmed Ridge. Honey Speedway. Scorch's Pit. Starfish Reef. Starfish Reef. Oh, never mind. I can't access this either yet. So yes, that is all I can do right now. I have to come back. You have to unlock the support characters, so some of the areas you can't finish when you first enter them. You have to come back later. Like, for example, Sergeant Bird, I had to free him from money bags before I could use them in levels. So if there was a level that had Sergeant Bird in it and I didn't have it yet, I couldn't access it. Also, props to Spyro for having swimming levels that don't suck ass. Swimming in Spyro is actually fun. You don't have to worry about running out of water.
My tactical instincts told me the sorceress would attack you here, so I flew in to help out. It seems my rocket launchers don't affect this creature, but I can assist you by dropping ammunition. Now get in there and fight the good fight.
Oh yeah, that's right. You have to hit him with it. Oh, okay. Shit, he can get it too. Oh fuck, he can power himself up. Okay. Shit. Oh man. Fuck you! Yeah, there's bosses at the end of every world. Okay, now I can go to the next world. Each area is after a season, and then a time of day. So you have sunrise spring, midday garden, evening lake, midnight mountain. Well, after I do the boss for this world. Scorch.
That's it! I've had enough! I'm going to create a monster to end all monsters! And I'm going to send it out to destroy all the dragons, even the little hatchlings. Yes, yes! It will smash them and crush them and grind them and tear them. Oh, yes! Smear them and smush them and crack them and grease them!
Let me out of here, you!
But, won't that kill them?
It doesn't matter, as long as I can still collect their wings!
What? All this time you've only wanted them for their wings?
Of course, you ignorant girl! I need them for a spell so I can live forever!
Wait a second. A spell?
What did you think I was going to do with all those dragons? Open a zoo?
If I had my blasters sing a different tune! Know what I mean?
You said just keeping them in our world was enough. You never said you had to kill them.
I don't have to kill them. It just stops them from wriggling so much.
You're terrible. I can't believe I ever listened to you.
Stupid, insolent brat. I'll take care of her as soon as I finish off that dragon.
Yeah, she starts off as a villain, and then throughout the course of the game, you find out she just misunderstood. She actually winds up falling in love with Hunter, basically becoming Hunter's wife. Because at first she's just like, she seems like she's the mastermind and she's taking all the eggs, and then you find out she's just working for the sorceress. And the sorceress told her that,
Be our last stand, Spyro. The sorceress plans to use this monster to destroy every iota of her opposition, beginning with the two of us. Alas, there is no time for ruminating. A battle awaits us. I will endeavor to assist you by means of a steady provision of combustible projectiles.
But anyway, she starts out seeming like the villain. She takes the dragon eggs, and you chase her. But then, like, she's wearing like a dark hoodie, and she seems like she's a bad guy. But then you find out that she was misled. The dragon queen, that sorceress bitch, told her that they needed the dragons or their world would die, not for her own petty beauty. But she gradually winds up becoming like a hero. And like I said, her and Hunter have a thing. So it's like a whole furry... It's a furry's wet dream. One second, I'll be right back. I'll use the bathroom real quick. Also, what the fuck is it? Where we keep having anthropomorphic predators getting an anthropomorphic prey. In this game, you have an anthropomorphic bunny get with an anthropomorphic cheetah, and then in fucking Zootopia, you have an anthropomorphic bunny get with an anthropomorphic fox. Like, yeah. In bed, you want to get eaten, but you don't actually get eaten. It's gonna be disagreement. It's gonna be disagreement. Why be disagreement? Why be disagreement? Disagreement. Oh shit! I'm gonna be disagreement. Gonna be disagreement. Okay, my spagginess is gonna be disagreement. I'm gonna be disagreement. Hey, gonna be disagreement. Shit. Oh, it's like a machine gun fire. Oh, that's cool. Shit. Alright. Oh my god. Right? I thought you were gone, Dustin. Yeah, I would get something to eat, but I can't really. Not right now, anyway. I just had 2 pieces of bread, not even a sandwich, because we're out of food. We're getting groceries in the morning. Well, right now it's just shy of 4 a.m. here. But groceries are supposed to come between 9 a.m. and 11 a.m., so I'm hungry, but we don't really have anything to eat until we get groceries, so I just had 2 pieces of bread. Cool, now we can go to the 4th and final hub, Midnight Mountain. Sounds like a Disney ride.
Hi, Bianca. Did you bring any more food? I'm starving.
There's no time for that, Hunter. We have to stop the sorceress. She's gonna kill all the dragon hatchlings.
Wait a minute. Why should I trust you? This could be another trap.
You're in a cage, you furry numbskull. How can I trap you by letting you out?
I don't know. You sorceress types can be
I never thought we were going to hurt the dragons. Come on, we don't have time for this.
Yeah, it's aged really good. I'm not sure what my favorite Spyro game is.
Spyro, I know you don't trust me, but I want to help you stop the sorceress. There's a way to open a hidden portal to her lair, but it'll take some very strong magic. If you can find more of the dragon eggs, I think my magic will be strong enough to open the portal. I'll come find you when you have enough eggs, okay?
No.
Well, Spyro, look what I have here. It's a life-size Space Monkey action figure, complete with a fully operational laser. I'd love to let him out so you can play with him, but the sorceress seems to think he's a menace. Ha ha! You've always had a weakness for helping silly little creatures, haven't you, Spyro?
Silly.
Well, I suppose there couldn't be any harm in letting him out. Could there?
Yippee! I'm free! Thanks, Spyro. Ooh, say, you ever see a bear dance? No? Well, it's your lucky day. Check this out.
Quite the dancer, isn't he? Not much stamina, though. Too bad I had a lot more ammo left. Anyway, I heard all about how you've been fighting a sorceress and her armies and kicking all that butt, and I just wanted to say, huzzah! Yippee! Woohoo! Wish you could stay, but my homeworld's been overrun by Rhinox since I've been captured. If you happen to see the sorceress, tell her I'll be giving her dancing lessons real soon. Know what I mean? You bet. Later!
I don't know how they fist bump, man. And now I'm pretty sure I have to do this level to unlock him and the rest of the worlds.
What was that? Did you see a Rhinoc? I thought I saw a Rhinoc. Ooh, take it from me, Spyro. Never spend a week in a cage. Next thing you know, your whole island will be knee-deep in Rhinocs. Well, gotta go. Mr. Laser Blaster and I have a whole lot of work to do.
Ah, Agent 9, my favorite pupil. Welcome back to my island laboratory. I'm afraid Rhinocs have taken over the entire island. Could you stop them before they destroy all my research?
Yeah, they made these stages a lot better in the remake. These always tried to go for a shooter, but it's not that bad. But what I was trying to say is these monkey levels, they were good in the original, but they were trying to go for a third-person shooter. But the problem is, this game came out in 2000, and the DualShock came out in 1999. They didn't want to make it so that these levels were designed around the DualShock, because then most people couldn't play them. So they were really limited by the monkey levels. So they were like trying to do a third-person shooter without two sticks. So I think that's one of the best improvements that this game makes for Agent 9 is making it just a full-on shooter, because they were trying to before, but they couldn't really because they didn't have two sticks. I don't really think they did a bad job with the animations, honestly. I know you said so, but
try shooting these dummies to get warmed up, but be careful. I think a Rhinoc might be hiding amongst them.
I mean, they're not the best animations in the world, but they're tolerable. And I've heard you and some other people say that the animations in Spyro 3 aren't as good as the animations in Spyro 1 and 2. That they cheaped out the animations in this game specifically, or this remake. I'll have to test that out. It's been a while since I played these. And I don't think the animations are that bad, but I guess maybe I wasn't paying enough attention.
Number of Rhinocs are waiting to ambush us as soon as I lower this force field. I expect they'll keep coming until you shoot the red panic button next to the door where they emerge.
Okay, so you're saying the actual cutscenes are good, but the NPC conversations are bad animation-wise. Is that what you're trying to say? compared to Spyro 1 and 2. The NPC conversations in game are not as good. Let's make try to understand what you're trying to say. I'll have to go back and look. Oh, all 3 games. Huh.
These indicators show that a bunch of Rhinocs are hiding behind the display screen. I'll switch on the view pedestal, and you shoot them as they attack. I recommend using your sniper mode. Try not to fall off the pedestal.
Yeah. I didn't think that was really that bad. But I'll look into some comparisons.
You cleared them out. Let's see what kind of shape the machine room is in. I have a feeling the Rhinocs haven't been keeping it too clean. Just as I thought, the machine room is overrun with birds. To target the birds in their nests, you'll want to use sniper mode, then zoom in for pinpoint accuracy. Nice work, Agent 9. I'm not sure if this is a bird egg or dragon egg. What do you think? Now I can switch the gravitonometric generator back on. I hope no birds got in here. The lab's clear, and it smells better in here already. Follow me outside, where I expect we'll find some Rhinocs wearing armor. You'll need a more powerful weapon to defeat them. Calculations, the bombs in this handy vending machine should be highly effective against armor. Give it a shot. Thank you very much for saving my laboratory. Now I can resume thinking.
Yep, there's more to get here, though. Yeah, shit. Now I gotta go back. Oh wait, is there a shortcut? No. There's a, right near the start of the level, there's a metal crate. Oh, I forgot about the fucking balloon. Boom. So that I do this. Hold on. I'm gonna go and do the Sparks levels now. Okay.
Spyro, I found an egg, but only Sparks will be able to reach it. There's a small hole that leads to a crawdad farm. I can take him there if he's ready. Hello, Sparks. Before you take on those nasty crawdads, I should give you some help. To start, let's practice shooting. Press the attack button to shoot these targets. You can also move quickly by pressing the charge button, like Spyro. Use your charge to chase down this fast enemy. Now for the hard part. Being a maneuverable dragonfly, you can also strafe in any direction. To strafe, whoop. Are you paying attention, Sparks? I told you to use strafe to target those crawdads. If you don't learn how to use all your skills, you'll never survive the challenges that lie ahead. And Spyro would never forgive me for that. Use the roll left or roll right button, then move with the left stick.
Wow, there's actually like a surprising amount of dialogue for a fail state. Oh, okay, I'm supposed to shoot, my bad.
Are you paying attention?
Like, if you die, Spyro will never forgive me. I'm like, wow, that's kind of intense.
yourself, just like in the dragon world. Not only that, but some butterflies will give you special powers, though only for a short time. Just eat any power-up butterfly, then press the jump button to use that power-up. Your power-up is shown in the top right of the screen. Looks like you're ready, Sparks. If you need any more guidance, just choose the controls option from the pause menu.
Honestly, I wish they would have made this a twin stick kind of minigame. The potential is there in the remake. Because this would go good with literally you move Sparks with the left stick and you shoot in any direction with the right stick. I think the Sparks levels would have been better like that as a twin stick shooter. Obviously, they were trying to stay true to the original vision, but yeah. Oh shit. Fuck. Who's your crawdaddy? That's funny. Look at the YouTubes that do me. Goddamn it. Take a phone, do it.
Nice work, Sparks. You've beaten the Crawdad King and found the lost egg. Not only that, but some of the dragon magic seems to have rubbed off on you. Now you can pick up gems when they're even further away from Spyro. Hi, Spyro. Hi, Sparks. I've located another lost egg. If Sparks is up to it, he can try to rescue it from Spider Town.
Can never give me do this at do Miggles. Can never give me Sorry, give me 1 second, my anxiety's getting the better of me. Can never give me do 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 Man, Marcy's being a twat. Can never give me do can never give me do Can never give me do can never give me can never give me Sorry, my anxiety's being a fucking whore. Can never give me 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 Oh, wow, there's actually quite a few amount of Spyro games on Game Boy. I'll have to check out. I've seen some of them; they're actually pretty cool. And then there's Skylanders games, but I have no interest in playing fucking Skylanders. That was the biggest fucking money pit. And honestly, I don't even really consider it a Spyro game series. They only called it Spyro Skylanders. They literally built Skylanders as its own thing, and then nobody had ever made a toy game like that. So like, well, we need an established name, and then they chose Spyro. So they literally just made it as its own thing, and then at the very end, slammed Spyro's name on it. And then after that, they fucking basically even dropped that connection after the first Skylanders game. So I don't count Skylanders as Spyro games. And they were some of the most predatory games in the world. Kids got addicted to those figures. And then they'd have their parents pay hundreds of dollars. I've seen it firsthand. My cousin Max was addicted to the Skylanders games. And oh my god, his mom must have spent thousands of dollars on getting him all the figures and shit and all the games that came out. It was such a fucking ripoff. And it was a ripoff that preyed on little children. I honestly think the Skylanders series is one of the most egregious game series of all time ever. It's bad enough to have microtransactions and shit like that, but it was basically microtransactions targeted towards fucking kids. So scummy. Oh my god. And I'm surprised nobody ever tried to sue them. Oh my god, this level's annoying. Fuck. Ah. Yeah, this level fucking sucks. Ah, fuck, I almost killed that cocksucker. Shit! Ah, fuck, the power-up's not there anymore. Oh, wait. Yeah, I could really use this power-up against the boss. Yeah, it does. I really don't like these levels, honestly. They're okay. Oh my fucking god. At least you have infinite lives. Oh, go fuck yourself. Oh my god, thank fuck. Oh, I thought that thing would never fucking die. Holy shit. Now I think the electrical barrier in the last plant's gone. How do I get that to go away then? Oh, never mind. My bad. Eagles, they do. Eagles, I feel like they do. And I gotta charge my controller. Hold on. Okay, here we go. No, already been through the speedway. Oh, let me Google where this level is. Then apparently it's by the portal for frozen altars. Here we go.
Princess Amy showed me a place called Starfish Reef. She said there's an egg hidden in there. I think Sparks should check it out.
Well, at least I'm not fighting any chocolate starfishes. God never gives you anything.
When I saw that giant stingray, I thought you were a goner, Sparks. But you sure showed him. And now the magic from the egg has made you even stronger, allowing you to take one more hit for Spyro.
Now that I unlocked the monkey, I can go back and fully complete the stage.
We'll have to use this combo power-up to take out these fire dragons. It will allow you to super fly and super flame at the same time.
Yeah, they did a good job. Well, it's because they got the original guy back, Peter Copeland. So they got the original dude. He's already well renowned. He's one of the main people behind the police. And he was able to take everything he learned from the first game, making the original games, and use it now with all the modern technology. So you combine hindsight to fix mistakes you already made with 25 years of more experience and 25 years better technology, and bam, it's better. And like I said, them getting back Copeland was one of the best decisions they ever made for this remake, these remakes, because the original games had a very particular sound, and it would have been very hard to replicate with a different composer. Shit, I died. Same thing with Kid Max, Tom Kenny. When, nowadays Tom Kenny is known for SpongeBob. But when he first did Spyro, SpongeBob hadn't really taken off yet. So he was a lot cheaper back then, you know what I mean? Like, he wasn't a famous voice actor. Now everybody knows Tom Kenny from SpongeBob. So it would have been really enticing to say, well, you know, Tom Kenny's expensive now, so let's get a new voice actor. But instead, they spent the extra money to get him back. And I think that was a wise decision, because he is the voice of Spyro, really. And it wouldn't have sounded the same without him. So, like I said, they really went the extra mile in these remakes, getting the original composer back and getting the original SpongeBob actor back. And it shows. And I really appreciate that they went that extra mile. Shows they really cared. Because somebody who didn't care would have just got a new actor for Spyro and wouldn't have cared, like, oh, Tom Kenny's too expensive. And then they would have got a new composer. When the actor for the actor for Spyro, and the music is a large part of the appeal of the original games. And that's why I think if there's anybody out there who could do a new Spyro game, it is Toys for Bob. After seeing this remake, they did a bang-up job with this remake. You know, you might complain about the NPC animations, but other than that, which is admittedly a small thing, these remakes are awesome, and they get far more right than they do wrong. Like I said, that's like the main thing I can really throw at this remake, is the NPC animations. Other than that, they're pretty much perfect. And they went above and beyond the Call of Duty, not only getting the original composer and the original actor back, but adding all kinds of great quality of life tweaks to all three games, listening to fan feedback, changing enough to modernize it. Changing enough to modernize it while keeping the core Spyro. Because it can be really easy. It can be really easy to change too much. And then all of a sudden it doesn't feel like Spyro anymore. Yeah. That's something you gotta be really careful of. I think a lot of people... Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. There we go. I think a lot of people have this. It's a pet peeve of mine. I think a lot of people have this idea that making remakes is easy, or that it's easier than making a new game, and it's really not. In some ways, it's easier, but in other ways, it's not. Like, they're just like, well, you know, if they're making a brand new game, they got to come up with everything from scratch. If they're making a remake, they just got to follow the blueprint. Yeah, but that's the thing. One, when you make a remake, you're expected to change things, but you can't change too much. It's making a remake is a very big balancing act. If you don't change enough, people are like, why does this remake even exist? If it's just the same thing and they hardly changed anything. But if you change it too much, people are like, oh, they lost the spirit of the original game. So it's a very perilous balancing act between changing enough to justify the remake's existence and to make meaningful improvements. Otherwise, why would people buy the remake when they can play the original? Without changing enough that it feels like it's not the same game anymore. Especially if you're trying to update a game that's significantly older. And you're basically having to radically reinvent the gameplay for modern standards. You're supposed to completely redo the gameplay while sticking to what made the game work originally. And that can be difficult. Like I said, like Resident Evil 2, for example. That game had fixed camera angles and auto-targeting. So everything in that game was balanced and designed around having a fixed camera angle and locking onto enemies. So changing it to a fully rotatable camera and a free aim is not just, ooh, easy peasy. Everything has to be redesigned, but you're supposed to redesign it for this thing while keeping the vibe of the original game intact. And it gets even harder because if they're lucky, they can work with the original creators of that game. And that's a big benefit when you're making a remake, is you have the original feedback and you can work with those people. A lot of remakes don't have that luxury. Either the people sadly died, or they retired, or they're just not interested. So then you're having a team that was never there when these games were made. That probably these people who were making these remakes probably weren't even making games when these games were originally made. They weren't even into game development yet. And they're supposed to come and totally capture the essence of the old game while making it feel new. That's very tricky to do, especially, like I said, if you weren't originally involved. It's much easier to make a remake if you were like originally involved with the original game, because you were there when it happened. So you had that essence. It's much harder when you weren't there. So like Toys for Bob had no say in the original development of Spyro. People who made these games probably weren't even in the game industry when the original Spyro came out. And they were able to get Tom Kenny and Stuart Copeland back for the soundtrack, but they weren't able to really reach out to Insomniac because Insomniac had moved on 20 years ago and was now too busy doing Spider-Man and all that stuff. They can't sit there and supervise the remake. So you have a group of people who were trying to remake Spyro and stay faithful to the original when they weren't there when it was made. And that's the thing. It's not like you can do it on a technical level and still miss the aesthetic, the soul. Because if you break it down to it's this many levels, it's this many this, it's this many this, but there's a soul to a game that it's hard to put into papers. Oh, that's cool. There's a certain soul to a game that's hard to define. Like, I could tell you Spyro 3 came out in 2000. It came out on PlayStation. It has this many levels, this many enemies, and I could give you the statistics for Spyro, but I wouldn't really be explaining why people love Spyro. It's the charm. It's how it all comes together. It's not something you can explain on a technical level. It's the soul of the project. And if you have to find somebody who's able to grasp that essence. You know, it's just like you could give somebody the exact type of canvas paper, the exact paint, the exact brush that Vincent van Gogh used. Down to the last detail. Here's everything we made. We got you the paint that was in the 1600s. We got you the fucking canvas that he used. And you still wouldn't be able to copy Vincent van Gogh, even if you had all the ingredients, because you can't copy another artist's work. But that's when you do a remake, you're expected to. You're expected to maintain the essence of another artist while modernizing it. Oh, that's cool. I'll watch that later. So to take all these things that originally made a game great and to translate that into a new medium without losing the heart of the original game is not easy. And we've seen so many times where a remake comes out and it's shit because they didn't get what made the original. How many? It's less in games. Games have a better track record with remakes than movies for whatever reason. But so many fucking movie remakes, man, fucking suck. To the point where it's rare when a remake is better than the original. Or even as good. Most movie remakes, the remakes suck compared to the original. Like, you know, they made so many remakes in Hollywood, and only a couple of them were actually even good. Honestly, most of them weren't even good to begin with. Very few of them were as good as the original, and even less were better. And video games have a better track record, like I said, with the remakes. Statistically, we get more better remakes than we do bad ones, I would say. But it's still not easy. And that's what I'm saying is it kind of chaps my ass. I'm going on a bit of a rant, and it's a bit of pet peeve. It's my TED Talk, where people act like making a remake is easy. And somehow, it's not like making a new game. And I think that just underscores the amount of work that goes into it. Now, like if you said a remaster is easier than making a new game. Absolutely. With a remaster, you're just putting some fresh coat of paint. Sometimes it's a good amount of paint, like it depends on the remaster. Some remasters are really lazy, other remasters are really good. But yeah, obviously a remaster is not the same as making a remake or making a new game. It's much easier. That's not to discredit, mind you, remasters. There's a lot of really good remasters. There's a lot of really good remasters that are high quality that greatly make the original better. Like Wind Waker HD made that game 1,000 times better than the original Wind Waker. Twilight Princess HD, so many improvements. Not a remake, but still very good remasters, high quality. Hold on a second. I'm gonna see something. Sorry, I'm trying to see them. Yeah, Twilight Princess HD was great. The new textures look really good. The drawing distance is better, and like I know it sounds like a tiny thing, but just making it so that you could switch to Wolf with a tap on the gamepad was amazing. And before you have to talk to Midna every time you want to switch to Wolf, and you had to listen to her talk, then end the conversation, then switch to Wolf, and it just got really old. Being able to tap on the button to switch into Wolf Link was such a good quality of life feature. But remasters. There's a lot of good remasters out there, and a lot of remasters that make improvements, but they are not as hard as making a brand new game or making a remake. And in comparison to making a full game, they are easy. Of course, remasters are good, and sometimes people don't even want a full remake. A lot of games they don't even want a full remake. They just want the game as it is with bells and whistles. Keep the core of the game intact. I don't know really what details they took off. I played Twilight Princess extensively on the original and on the Wii and on the Wii U. I didn't remember them messing anything up. I guess I'll look it up. One second, I'll be right back. Yeah, see, but that's just really kind of nitpicky, man. That's what I mean. Like those are tiny details. I mean, yeah, obviously it sucks that they removed those, but I would say on the whole, it was a good remaster.
I fished it out of the molten lava.
Could be laziness, but it could also be certain techniques certain techniques were done specifically in a way that was particular to GameCube. Like, this is not speaking for Twilight Princess, but it's for Resident Evil 4, which originally was also GameCube. They had heat effects that were similar to Twilight Princess. And, like, when you're in the lava room, in the original RE4, and when they did every other remaster of that game, that effect was missing because it was rendered in a particular way with the GameCube's hardware. That heatwave effect. And, they couldn't replicate it exactly as it was on newer hardware. I guess they could have made like a new version of it. But that's why the heatwave effect wasn't there in Resident Evil 4 and all the other remasters, because it was done in a particular way with the GameCube's hardware, and that is kind of hard to replicate it. Like it's done with the specific quirk of the GameCube's hardware. But yeah, they could have done like a new type of heatwave to replace the old one, honestly. And I would say that's probably why it's missing Twilight Princess, because they're both GameCube games and they both took advantage of the GameCube. So they probably rendered that heatwave with the unique effect of the GameCube hardware, and that effect couldn't be replicated exactly as it was on new hardware. So they just left it instead of making a new alternative. Even if they couldn't have replicated the heatwave exactly as it was, they could have made a new effect. I mean, I'm sure on Wii U they could have made a heatwave effect. It also kind of chaps my ass, because now there's no modern way to play Twilight Princess and Wind Waker. Well, not really. Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD were both really good, in my opinion. Wind Waker HD especially made huge improvements to the game. They added the fast sail. They added a redesigned and better Triforce Hunt, because the Triforce Hunt in the original game fucking blew. They added real-time lighting to Wind Waker, and it was transformative how much better it made the game look. And it was just the definitive version of Wind Waker. And then Twilight Princess HD, like I said, added quality of life features. It added vastly better textures to the shield, his clothes, the walls, every texture in the game in Twilight Princess HD was redone. And then they even, not only did they do the draw distance, but they added more detail in the far away stuff. So, like, the model of Death Mountain that you see off in the distance when you look up in Hyrule Field, they redid that model to be much more detailed from scratch. Or in Ordon Village, when you look up at, like, over with the hawk and you fly above and you see the stuff in the distance, they added a lot more detail in that far-off scenery. So they didn't just add extra draw distance for the stage, they added extra draw distance for the stuff outside the stage, including adding totally new geometry to levels, the distance. And so, like, you can the draw distance is better for the whole game, but you can really see it in places like Hyrule Field, where the Hyrule Field pushed the draw distance of the GameCube to limits. You can see in HD that it's much, much better draw distance. Where before, if you got high up on a ledge in Kakariko section of Hyrule Field, that it would get like blurry, and they would use fogging to hide the draw distance, and they were able to remove that. That's true. I keep forgetting that they just recently made a fan PC port for Twilight Princess. I'm glad they did that. But it still chaps my ass, man. because there's no official port for Twilight Princess in Wind Waker. I'm glad that they're doing a fan port now, but the fans shouldn't have to. Do you know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. The fans shouldn't have to do that. Nintendo should have ported it to Switch. Like, it would have been so fucking easy, man, to just port Twilight Princess HD from Wii U to Switch. And I always thought, I always thought it was so weird, um, because so many Switch games were fucking Wii U ports. I would make the argument that like half of the Switch's library is fucking Wii U ports. And yet they never ported two of the games that people wanted the most. So many people begged Nintendo, bring Twilight Princess and Wind Waker HD to the Switch. You ported Mario 3D World. You ported fucking Mario Kart 8. You ported Breath of the Wild. You ported Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. You ported even more that I can't think of. Like, so many fucking Switch games are Wii U ports. But you're not going to do the fucking Zelda ports? Two of the games that people wanted the most? Hold on a second. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay. Yeah.
Hey, Spyro. I'm helping a kid named Handel recover some secret rocket plans the sorceress stole. You know I'm always ready to kick some Rhinoc booty.
Hi, Agent 9. Behind those doors are some pretty scary ninjas. I bet you could use your sharpshooter skills to take them out. Remember, press the attack button to shoot, and use the roll left and roll right buttons to dodge left and right.
Yeah. Yeah, but even then, you know, that's still not good enough. Wait, who does the new bagels? Excuse me. Oh, God. That's still not good enough because, one, you can't own them on the GameCube service. I want to buy them to own them. Two, it's the GameCube versions. They don't have any of the extra bells and whistles that the HD versions added or that the PC fan port added. It's just the GameCube versions. And C, they have terrible input lag. Like, they did a study and they found that the input lag on the GameCube classics on Switch 2 is really bad. And Nintendo just never addressed that. Like, it's many times worse than the actual game. And people were playing the games and they're like, man, this feels like more sluggish than I remember. And it wasn't in their head. It actually was. It had like it's a habit of mine to put my shirt over my nose. It's just a thing I do. It's not because I'm smelling some. Oh, that's cool.
Thanks for rescuing me. You'd better look after this egg before the Rhinox try to blow that up too.
Shit. Yeah. Fuck. Too bad you can't use sparks while you're playing as Agent 9. My name is Gimmy, this is Didum. My name is Gimmy, this is Didum. I used to use being such a twat. My name is Gimmy, this is Didum. My name is Gimmy, this is Didum. My name is Gimmy, my name is Gimmy, this is Didum. 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 My name is Gimmy. Sorry about that. Ah, shit. Ah, shit. Okay, so now everything is complete in the first 3 worlds, so that just leaves the last world. Okay, sweet. Well, on my way to getting the platinum, baby! Bringing me to 99. I'm so close to getting 100 platinums. Plus, I just want to say that I have 100% complete and have the platinum for all 3 Spyro games. God, I hate these fucking egg thieves.
Did it, Spyro! You found enough dragon eggs for me to unlock the portal! Once I've opened it, you can confront the sorceress whenever you're ready. But be careful. She'll be expecting you.
I already have enough. I can technically beat the game right now, but I'm not gonna do that. Okay, I can't do that until after I beat the game, though. Let me check trophy list. Okay. I don't like the speedway levels as much in Spyro 3. Shit. They're still good, but I liked how in Spyro 1 and 2, you have a limited amount of time and everything you got added to your time. So it felt like you're always on the cusp of just running out. I don't know why I like that system better than giving you all the time right at the beginning. It always made it feel like you're just desperately scrambling for the next target and flying by the skin of your teeth. But then they added the races, which are pretty cool, so I guess you lose some, you win some. Yeah, it's... Fuck yeah! I think overall, Spyro 2 is probably my favorite of the trilogy. I like Spyro 1 for some reasons, I like Spyro 3 for some reasons, but overall, I think Spyro 2 is the best out of the classic 3 in my opinion. Best levels, best hubs. Really like the idea of Spyro gaining new abilities that allow you to explore, like being able to swim underwater, being able to climb things, and do the horn pound to actually unlock new things. Level added kind of like a cool Metrovania backtracking. Like I said, I liked how it almost had like Metroidvania backtracking with you having to unlock special abilities. To revisit old stages, like being able to swim and climb. And they technically have backtracking in this game, but it's by playing other characters. And honestly, I get kind of sick of playing the other characters in this game, dude. Like, very rarely in a collectathon do they make the other characters fun to play as. Like, I guess they... it's almost kind of a thing, like a trope, where the farther along in a series gets, a platforming series gets, the more alternate characters they have to play. And I guess that's because they think that people will get tired. People will get tired of the normal gameplay loop, so we got to throw in all these spin-off characters to keep it interesting. But most of the time, the spin-off characters are distractions that I don't care about. Like, I don't want to play fucking... I mean, Agent 9's cool, Sergeant Bird's cool, but I don't want to play as them. I just want to play fucking Spyro and Spyro. And it's a lot of other platformers did that too, where it's like, it's, you know, starts out with one type of gameplay and then they add all these other characters. And very rarely are those other characters good. They're just trying to change the pace, but most of the time it boils down to mini games that aren't that good. And I would rather just stick with the tried and true platformer gameplay than try to spice it up with a shitty minigame. There are exceptions. Sly Cooper, you know, the first Sly game you played Sly, just Sly, and then in Sly 2 and 3, they added Bentley and Murray. And then in Sly 4, they added, you know, Bentley, Murray, and all of Sly's ancestors that had different abilities, and those were fun to play as. Sly Cooper is one of the only games I can think of where they actually made playing as different characters fun, besides Sly. Even though I would still say you play like Sly 70% of the time. You still spend most of the game in Sly. But when you play as Bentley and Murray, it's fun. Especially because, you know, Murray, after you're playing stealth, it's fun to just go and fucking beat the shit out of the enemies.
Where do these flying sheep saucers keep coming from? I just saw another one grab an egg and fly off. This one's super fast, but his saucer is damaged and it's leaving smoke rings. I think I can keep up with them as long as I can make it through those rings. I'm gonna chase him down. I'll be right back.
And honestly, character switching in many games doesn't go on the whole. I was thinking not even just hard, not even just in platforming games, in a lot of other games. Like, very rarely do they let you play as a different character and it doesn't suck. Because they built the game around one type of playstyle. Shit.
Where are these flying? I'm gonna chase me. I'll be right.
There are exceptions though. Resident Evil usually does very good with the alternate characters.
Where are these? I'm gonna.
In almost every Resident Evil game, there's usually one sequence where you play as another character. And then we can do it. And I will say they usually do a good job of keeping those fun. Like in, Resident Evil 1, there's a section where you play as Rebecca to go get the antidote for Chris. In Resident Evil 2, if you play as Leon, there's a section where you play as Ada, and they did a really good job with Ada, especially in the remake. And then if you play as Claire, you play as Sherry, and they did a really cool section with her. In Resident Evil 4, you play as Ashley, and you think like that playing as Ashley would suck because she's like helpless and defenseless. But the part where you play as Ashley is really fucking cool. Resident Evil 8 has a section where you play as Chris. That's okay. They go full fucking action with Chris having like fully automatic weapons, using night vision goggles, having a squadron, and calling down drone strikes. It almost feels like you're playing Call of Duty. That's eh. And then, Resident Evil 9 continuously switches you between Grace and Leon the whole game. Although that's less like a one-off where you play as a different character and more like the whole gaming split between the two. But they still did a really good job of overlapping between the two without it getting without it being jarring or occurring too often. Because if they had made it where you played too much of Grace or too much of Leon, then it would have felt unbalanced. And if they made you switch too much, then it would be hard to get into a groove. But instead, I think they did a really good job of keeping it balanced. So I think that's one of the best things in Resident Evil 9. Especially because...
Where are these? I'm gonna. I'll be right.
In Resident Evil 9... the two characters could not be more different. Oh, it's always that one.
Where are these? I'll be right.
I'll have to remember to hug that corner extra tight coming up. Shit!
Where are these? I'll be right.
They do not give you room for error.
close. The egg popped out just before the saucer crash landed.
Shit. Fuck you! Goddamn. Baba boy! Okay, that's everything. And the speedway, I thought I just had to make sure. Oh, shit. Shit. I'm trying to understand. There's like this saying gyms are below me, and I don't see any way to get below me. Oh shit, okay, now I feel stupid. Okay, my trophy list. Okay, let's do Crystal Islands then first. And then it says defeat all the Crystal Bears in Crystal Islands. Okay.
Spyro, don't tell anyone, but we've stolen some magic from the sorceress. We're hiding here whilst we practice using it. Unfortunately, we've had a bit of an accident and turned everything into crystal, and it seems to have aggravated the indigenous creatures.
Would you like to see a magic trick? Watch carefully. As you can see, there is nothing up my left sleeve and nothing up my right sleeve. But now, with a wave of my hands and the magic word, Alakazam! You want to see the...
magic is just misdirection, you know? Which is why I'm going to start that whirlwind over there. Abracadabra! Okay, I'll show you again.
Spyro, did you know I happen to be a very talented amateur magician? My specialty is the amazing extending bridge trick. I'd love to show you, but I'll need a small donation first. For my expenses, you understand. Very good. Let's see. Hocus pocus, zigglety zen, make this bridge get long again.
I've been working on a great new magic trick, but this bear keeps spoiling it. Well, I suppose I could show you my new trick. As long as you promise not to tell the great Zamboni, he steals all my best work. Alakazam! Well, I suppose I could...
Here, you can have this. I was going to use it in a trick, but my magic, it just keeps bouncing off.
Oh shit! Wow, that was really well hidden. Ah!
Good evening, Spyro. The amazing Rendini is about to put on a display of prestidigitation. I've heard it's quite impressive, so I'm going to watch the show. I am afraid my magic show seems to have overexcited them all. All they need is a good bonker on the head to calm them down. You look like just the Yeti to help. A light tap on the head should sort them out. But be careful, my friends are trying to burrow after them. Well, that did not do it. See, they've got themselves... Well, I hope the moles calm down soon. I've created a fantastic new trick I want to show them. The mole, a light...
Yeah.
Well, a light...
Ah.
A light...
Ah.
A light... Well, a light...
Shit.
Well, a light...
Yeah, they do. And I think more than that, it's the camera. The camera's too zoomed in. This would be way better. If the camera was zoomed out just a little bit more. Most of the time, you can't even see the moles around you because the Yeti's blocking in the camera. Oh, God.
And look, one of my friends dug this up whilst chasing the moles.
Let me check trophy list. Desert ruins, find both butterfly jars.
Hello, you must be Spyro. I've heard a lot of people talking about all the things you've done for them. Do you think you could help find my girlfriend Tara? She went off to raid the tomb of the stone golem, but I haven't seen her since. I'd go look inside the tomb myself, but, you know, there's all these scorpions.
Be a man. That's one of the butterfly jars. That's another issue that I have with Spyro. Spyro 3 is, in the original game, you had to save the dragons, and then there was like 100 dragons you had to save, and then in this game it's like 150 eggs, or and it's the same thing in concept, finding the dragons, but in the original game, there was a couple of times when you would meet the same dragon. And the game even mentioned that. Spyro was like, didn't I already save you? But like 90 of the 100 dragons were unique. And they all had unique dialogue. And Spyro 3 has a similar system and concept with the baby dragon eggs, but it's not as cool because they don't talk, which I mean they're babies, but they don't talk, and they only use a handful of models. After you've seen like 5 or 6 baby dragons, you've seen them all. And that was in the original too. So that's not really a problem with the remake. That was in the original. There was only a couple models. So like in the original game, there's a lot more variety, and in the remake, they pushed even further, adding more variety to the dragons that you met in stages. And when they thought there was a dragon that looked too similar in the original, in the remake, they gave it more unique traits. So it's like you looked forward, like I would never skip the dialogue for the dragons, but I started skipping the animations for all the baby dragons because I've seen them all. And I wish they either had the baby dragons talking, or gave them more like appearance variety.
Spyro, I bet you're glad to see me. It just happens that I know the password to open the door to the tomb of the stone golem, but it seems to have slipped my mind for the moment, if you know what I mean. Very well then. The password to open the tomb is... Are you ready? Gullible!
So yeah, there's both the butterfly jars.
I've been training my new pet manta ray to carry the latest technology. Super high impact underwater missile launchers. Wanna ride them and try blasting some sharks? Just watch out for the shark riders. They're carrying the latest JX-5 underwater tracking ammunition. Ready to try, right? Comrade? Where'd you learn to aim like that? Oh, by the way, Bianca wanted me to give you this egg. She says she accidentally turned it into a woolly mammoth for 5 minutes, but it should still be okay.
How do you accidentally turn something into a woolly mammoth?
Well, look at you, showing up here to raid the tomb after I've
And she looks dressed just like Laura Croft. There's no way that wasn't a tongue-in-cheek reference.
Shoving boxes around, and you just waltz in here expecting to claim the treasure. Well, you might as well have it. It's only a lousy egg anyway.
And she even says pushing boxes around.
Hi, Spyro. Haven't seen you in a while. I'm just off for a bit of a walkabout right now. You know, sometimes you just long for the simple, old-fashioned pleasures of yesteryear, don't you?
Oh, fucking lame. Check the guide. Okay, on to tune, straight off the guide, dynamite and she named me the ricochet shot, okay. Yeah, I'm actually closing in on getting the platinum. I should get the platinum in another few hours because I just have a couple levels to go in this area. Then the final boss, then coming back for the Sparks level.
Yet another daredevil adventurer has come to rob our catacombs of loot. Let's just hope you're made of tougher stuff than the last guy. If you can survive the trials of our catacombs and answer my riddle, we will give you a prize befitting your efforts. Here is my riddle. I am a vessel without hinges, lock, or lid. Yet
It's an egg.
within my walls, a golden treasure is hid. What am I? Don't try to answer the riddle now.
Shit. Shit. Motherfucker. Oh my god.
The annual demolition hovercraft competition is about to begin. There is room for one more contestant, but you'll have to answer a riddle to qualify. The riddle is this. If one dragon can lay one egg in 12 years, how long would it take for 100 dragons to lay 100 eggs? Very impressive. That is correct. Good luck in the demolition hovercraft competition. First round of the riddle is...
Didn't fix what?
Well, that was a fit. You may now enter the championship round. However, this is an exceedingly dangerous sport. Might I suggest you quit while you're still in one piece? My, such a brave reptile you are. But you'll need much more than bravery to win the championship. You may now enter my... Was indeed a battle for the ages. You're the first dragon to win the competition in over 1,000 years. I proudly present you this year's grand prize. I see you've managed to survive the trials of the catacombs. Now let's find out if your wits are as quick as your feet. Do you remember the riddle? I am a vessel without... Have you heard that one before? I never thought you'd get it. Very well, a bargain is a bargain.
And actually, fun bit of trivia, that riddle was actually in The Hobbit. It's one of the riddles that is exchanged between Bilbo and Gollum.
I've waited 7,000 years for someone to solve that riddle. Now I can finally head off the seashell shore to bury some bones.
Oh shit. Alright, hold on one second. I have to use the bathroom real quick. Shit. Hold on, let me check. There's a secret to killing those fuckers. Oh, okay. front of you. Ow. Got everything.
dogs and the funny hats, but a curse on me just... I shot him in the butt a couple times. He said he turned my tail into a snake. Does it look like a snake to you? It does feel kind of funny, come to think of it. Oh, boy, that dog's gonna bang.
Behind this door lie the 5 deadly trials of King
That
Roller.
name,
No one has ever survived all 5. In fact, it is so dangerous that I cannot let you through this first door unless you're able to solve my riddle. Here's the riddle. I follow you wherever you go, but the more of me you take, the more you leave behind. I'm sorry, my simian friend. Behind this door, here's the riddle. I'm sorry. Behind this, here's the riddle. My, you're quite clever for someone with so little fashion sense. You may proceed to the first trial.
Oh my god.
Well, gosh darn it, Spyro. I came in here to check on my prisoner only to find out he'd somehow got away again. Then when I came in to look around for clues, one of them rowdy dinosaurs went and locked me in. Now they're out there causing all sorts of trouble and there's not a thing I can do about it.
Where you gonna go? Where you going? I'll beat you. I'll beat you. I told you I'll beat you. Where you going? Where you going? I never give you the deal, Lego. I never give you.
So that's how my prisoners keep escaping. Here, take this dinosaur egg away before it hatches and causes more trouble. I think it must have been the runt of the litter, though. Jumping Jehoshaphat. That's the cutest looking dinosaur I ever did see.
That's funny. God never give me do-do-dum. 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 Oh my God. God never give me do-do-dum. God never give me do-do-dum. God never give me do-do-dum.
One of them dinosaurs threw an egg down this flooded mine shaft. I'd get it back for you, but I ain't such a strong swimmer.
Oh, okay, so I hit anything, I had to restart. Gotcha. Ah!
That was some mighty fine swimming, young dragon.
Ah, shit.
The sheriff promised me I could be a deputy, so I'm off to help clear out all the dinosaurs.
If you just calm down for a second and stop all that whooping and hollering, I could tell you what's going on. The Bailey gang are holed up in them buildings over there. You're gonna have to go in there and flush them out. Well, good luck to you. If you just... Well, good luck. Why the Bailey gang was trying so hard to steal this egg. That's not like them at all. I reckon someone must have put them up to it. That darn Bailey. Well, I'll just...
The sheriff promised me.
Let me check the list. Okay, all that's left now is to beat the game, beat Moneybags, and then beat the Millipede of Sparks, so yeah.
Woohoo! Time to kick some sorceress butt!
Oh, and there's a specific way to do this. Let me see.
Spyro, you just defeated a sorceress, rescued the dragon eggs, and restored freedom to the lost dragon worlds. What you plan to do next, hmm? Perhaps a nice vacation in Dragon Shores, hmm?
You're a real comedian sometimes, Bentley. You know, I still have to find the rest of the dragon eggs. Plus, Hunter seems to have disappeared again, so I should go make sure he's not in more trouble. You haven't seen him, have you?
What? Me? Oh, no. If I do happen to encounter him, however, I will most certainly inform you immediately.
It's a funny thing, Spyro. I adjusted Avalar's portals to take me to the Dragon Worlds, but somehow I ended up here. Maybe my coordinate tables are out of date. Yeah, by 1,000 years. That would explain why the book was so cheap.
So now that you're done saving the world again, are you gonna visit me in Avalar?
Sure, Laura, but I still have to find the rest of the eggs, and, well, Hunter's disappeared again.
Did you say Hunter?
No,
Hey, I can help. I just saw him sneak off with
Agent 9, isn't that a Rhinoc over in those bushes?
Rhinoc! Let me at him. You want a piece of me, Rhinoc boy? Hey, laser punk! Come on now. Oh, they're hiding.
I'm sure Hunter is in good hands. I'm sure he will turn up soon.
Promise you'll come visit Avalar soon, okay?
Now, how many times have I told you not to tease that moose?
It was Billy's idea. Yeah.
Is that true, Billy? Hold that thought, Billy. Spyro, great to see ya.
Hi, Sheila. I've been looking for Hunter all day. Have you seen him?
Sorry, Spyro. Hunter made me promise not to tell you where they went.
They?
You didn't hear anything from me.
Oh, no. Oh, no. It's a sad sight, Sparks. Another noble warrior falls victim to the plague of love. Just look away. Well, I guess we'll have to find the rest of the eggs by ourselves.
Come on, Spyro, take a little break. Let's watch the show.
Hold on. Yeah.
Don't worry, Spyro. I won't be needing any more of your money. Now, don't look so surprised. I found one of the dragon eggs, and I'm going to sell it for a fortune back in Avalar. Uh-oh. Why are you looking at me like that? I've got to be going now. Toodles!
So many gems.
Drat! Double drat! Drat, 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 drat! I never knew dragons were so fast! That's it! I give up! I'm retiring to Spooky Swamp to become a haiku poet.
Yeah.
Just before you kicked the sorceress's big, fat, ugly butt, she built a factory to make robotic bugs. They're meant to bite Sparks, but I don't think they're any match for...
Oh, I think that's because they wanted you to be able to hit him as quickly as possible. I don't think that was a laziness thing. I think they were trying to let you hit him as often as possible. And if he had an animation where you hit him and he responded, then you'd probably have iframes, and that would get in the way of you beating the shit out of him. Yeah. Fuck. Oh. And then we do. Oh shit, it's got the platinum trophy. Well, there's still a couple more gems to get, and then this level, at the last level. Oh, I'm missing like one more fucking gem. And it's this level. What the fuck? Where is it? I gotta stay the But I mean, just fucking asses. Gonna do so. Fuck. God never even if I never find if you can do my asses. Sorry, Echo. God never even if I never find if you can do sense of. God never even if I never find it. Forgive me for doing sense of. Oh man, my FCD is being such a bitch right now. Give me a second. God never even if I never find it. Forgive me for doing sense of deals with finding and undoing. You know exactly what I mean. God never even if I never find it. Forgive me for doing sense of deals with finding and undoing. And now, please include that in the short route. Now, please include that in the short route. Okay, sorry. OCD, man. Never give me doing. Never give me doing. God never give me doing. Don't be a kid, such a kid. Don't be a kid, such a kid. Don't be a kid, such a kid.
Remember, Sparks can break open treasure chests, and using the guidebook, warp you to any level you want.
I think maybe one of the enemies didn't spawn or something like that. Yeah, one of the gyms didn't spawn. Motherfucker. I killed that enemy. No wonder I couldn't find it. It wasn't there. At least I know I wasn't crazy. It was an issue of me. Okay, I gotta get one more egg.
Hey, you finally made it, Spyro. Hunter was a little worried about you when you went off to fight the sorceress, but I always knew you'd beat her. This place is where the sorceress kept all her treasure. But after she was defeated, a bunch of thieves came and stole it. If you can catch the thieves, you're more than welcome to keep the treasure. Oh, by the way, Hunter is around here somewhere. He's been tinkering with one of his new toys all day, and he wants to show it off. You should go see him.
Ah, damn. God, I hate these fucking guys.
Spyro? Did you see Bianca? She was really worried about you when you went off to fight the sorceress. It was pretty funny. She tries to play it cool, but she was scared stiff until you came back safe. I just finished fixing up an old submarine. Why don't you try taking it for a spin? Want to take my sub for a spin? Great! Hop aboard!
Oh my god, even when I lock on, what the fuck? Ah, great job.
Check it out. This is the world's fastest turbo snowboard course. The local champions are the Sasquatch 6, a gang of Yetis on souped-up snow discs. I bet that you could outrace the lot of them. If you win, we'll get a huge pile of treasure. If you lose, I'll have to slick down the whole course with my tongue. So, ready to race? Right on! Just don't lose, or my tongue's gonna be a popsicle.
Damn it.
So, right on! Just don't lose, or my tongue's gonna be a popsicle. So, right up!
Yeah, I forgot about that. I'm sorry.
So, right up! So, right up!
Ah, fuck, I was doing so well.
So, right. So, right.
Shit. So.
Yes! You schooled them like a bunch of frostbitten, flat-footed, molasses-eating, lead-pants-wearing, cross-eyed glacier trolls riding slabs of plywood with sandpaper on the bottom! Yeah, we want some shiny stuff, too.
Oh my god, what?
I don't know how she did it, Spyro, but the sorceress must have survived that last battle. She's been waiting here all this time, saving up her magic to destroy you. Your best chance at defeating her is my flying saucer. I've cast some spells to give it extra firepower and unlimited flying time. But the rest is up to you. You've come this far, Spyro. I know you can beat her.
Huh. Give him a little noogie. There we go, we're done. Alright, I'm gonna take a break. I'll be back. Thank you for watching.